moment to stop its downward. Okay. Open for voting. Open. Going close. You want me to read it again? No, I've read the statement. I'll reread it. They did. The screen was opened. You see, the screen was opened. The screen was opened. Please don't pay too much attention on me. Look at the screens. Okay, I'm closing now. Close.
Okay, so for yes, we have 123 votes at 89.8%. For no, we have 9 votes at 6.6%. For abstain, we have 5 votes at 3.6%.
Okay. Next one. Yes.
These people who are forever abstaining, when are they going to vote?
I've seen it's constant. Three people continuously abstain. I've seen that. Yeah. And the no votes are constant as well. Okay. Ensure that the COPE-led government is agile and therefore able to keep the economy growing. Open the votes. Vote. Going once, twice, close.
Okay, so for yes, we
now
have
it looks like things are changing.
121 votes at 94.5%. For no, we have 2 votes at 1.6%. For abstain, we have 5 votes at 3.9%.
Yeah, now it has changed. Right, now on the economy revolution. First one. Energy, sorry. We ensure that Eskom is divested of its electricity generation function and left with its distribution function only. Open the votes. Vote. Going once, twice, close.
Okay, so for yes, we have 114 votes at 89.1%. For no, we have 9 votes at 7%. For abstain, we have 5 votes at 3.9%.
Okay. Next one. Strongly support a massive uptake of rooftops solar to increase daylight supply of electricity to industries and business. And then I think added to that is what Comrade Ngwane has suggested, that when you have excess, then you can sell for a deduction. Open the votes. Vote. Going once, twice, close.
Okay, so for yes, we have 128 votes at 94.1%. For no, we have 3 votes at 2.2%. For abstain, we have 5 votes at 3.7%.
Next one, urge all operators of coal-fired power stations in the country to utilize solar energy to heat water to the extent that is possible in any given day before it enters the boiler. Open the votes. Vote. Going once, twice, close.
Okay, so for yes, we have 121 votes at 90.3%. For no, we have 7 votes at 5.2%. For abstain, we have 6 votes at 4.5%.
Next one, assist residents of informal settlements with mini solar stations managed by residents to obtain free electricity during the day and thereby reduce the cost of electricity themselves. Open the votes. Vote. Going once, twice, close.
Okay, so for yes, we have 118 votes at 93.7%. For no, we have 4 votes at 3.2%. For abstain, we have 4 votes at 3.2%.
Okay. Now on transport, effect the transfer of all metro rail operations to their respective metros and their private sectors and communities. Open the votes. Vote. Closing at 1, 2, close.
For yes, we have 109 votes at 87.9%. For no, we have 10 votes at 8.1%. For abstain, we have 5 votes at 4%.
Next one, promote residential developments on the side of stations and in close proximity to these sites. Open the votes. Vote. Going once, twice, thrice, close.
right, so for yes, we have 106 votes at 92.2%. For no, we have 6 votes at 5.2%. For abstain, we have 3 votes at 2.6%.
Okay. All right. Okay, the next one. Encourage the new metro service to introduce trains servicing tourists. Open the votes. Vote. Going once, twice, thrice, closed.
Okay, so for yes, we have 114 votes at 91.2%. For no, we have 6 votes at 4.8%. For abstain, we have 5 votes at 4%.
Thank you. Then the final one on transport. Take rapid steps to sell a 50% stake in SAA and Transnet to the private sector to improve both their liquidity position as well as their management challenges. Open the votes. Vote. Going once, twice, thrice, close.
Okay, so for yes, we have 118 votes at 91.5%. For no, we have 7 votes at 5.4%. For abstain, we have 4 votes at 3.1%.
Next one, comrades, is on land reform. Properties owned by the state, enterprises that have laid idle for 10 years or more, and giving consideration to the history of how they were acquired so that these could be given over to mixed-use development. Open the vote. Vote. Going once, twice, thrice, close.
Okay, so for yes, we have 121 votes at 94.5%. For no, we have 3 votes at 2.3%. For abstain, we have 4 votes at 3.1%.
The next one, that land and buildings that have laid unoccupied for more than for which rates and taxes and service charges were not paid, and which for one or more reasons have become problem sites and haven for criminals, and for which a 6-month notice or sell it or lose it has been lawfully served. Open the votes. Vote. Going once, twice, thrice, close the votes.
Comrade Chair,
Yes, please.
may I ask that you ask us to stand and then sit down, because I see a number of comrades are sleeping.
Yeah.
They have a couple of drinks last night.
Okay, I will do that. I made the remark earlier that last night some people did not even know where their beds were. So, so we will come to that. Can everybody raise both your hands? No, you just raise your hands. Hands down. Okay. So we are all awake. I didn't say stand up. You must listen to the chair. Okay, give us the next one. Okay. The next one. Land that has been kept unreasonably undeveloped for long periods for the purpose of land that has been kept unreasonably undeveloped for long periods for the purpose of speculation on a 36-month notice of use or sell or lose. Open the votes. Vote. Going once, twice, thrice, close.
Okay, so for yes, we have 123 votes at 95.3%. For no, we have 2 votes at 1.6%. For abstain, we have 4 votes at 3.1%.
Thank you. The last but one, that prime land that has been used far below its economic and job creation potential on a 33 months notice of use it or lose it principle. Open the vote. Vote. Going once, twice, thrice, close the vote.
Okay, so for yes, we have 104 votes at 88.1%. For no, we have 6 votes at 5.1%. For abstain, we have 8 votes at 6.8%.
And then finally, that land that has been badly degraded and polluted for the purpose of applying remediation. Open the vote. Vote. Once, twice, close.
All right, so for yes, we have 121 votes at 93.1%. For no, we have 5 votes at 3.8%. For abstain, we have 4 votes at 3.1%.
The next one is on anti-corruption revolution. COPE will support the phasing out of physical cash over a 5-year period in favor of digital payments supported by a secure digital channel to ensure traceability of all transactions and prevent bags of monies under the table or behind the scenes from continuing indefinitely. Open the votes. Vote. Going once, twice, close.
Comrade Chair, Comrade Kenneth Ntola is threatening me.
Oh, Comrade Ntola, no, don't worry, President, will send you out. So that he doesn't continue to threaten you.
All right, so for yes, we have 104 at 78.2%. For no, we have 26 at 19.5%. For abstain, we have 3 at 2.3%.
Okay, the next one. Supporting continuous lifestyle scrutiny of highly placed public officials and representatives. Open the votes. Vote. Going once, twice, thrice, close the vote.
Okay, so for yes, we have 118 at 95.2%. For no, we have 5 votes at 4%. For abstain, we have 1 vote at 0.8%.
Okay. Then the next one, high-tech revolution. COPE supports the presence of high-tech firms, as these are the dominant business model in the 4th industrial revolution and as such are capable of adopting technological innovations rapidly through appropriate capitalization and human resource, and thereby undertaking production at scale at low cost and then marketing their products at affordable prices. Open the vote. Vote. Going once, twice, thrice, close the vote.
Okay, so for yes, we have 128 at 93.4%. For no, we have 8 at 5.8%. For abstain, we have 1 at 0.7%.
Okay. Food systems revolution. COPE will ensure that extensive consolidation will occur to bring together procurement and distribution so that nutritious food are effectively and optimally made available to the population with minimal waste and at the cheapest price possible, so that all parties in the chain benefit equally. Open the votes. Vote. Okay. The next one. The next one. Just get it. There we go.
Okay, so for yes, we have 122 at 93.8%. For no, we have 3 at 2.3%. For abstain, we have 5 at 3.8%.
Now, comrades, you'll remember that at this one, the one that is following, hang on, that is the digital revolution. There was an amendment. I'm going to ask Comrade Farouk to read the amendment.
National Chairperson, COPE understands that meaningful economic transformation can only take place through the widest availability and use of computers and IC technologies. And as such, COPE will support accelerated socio-economic transformation through universal access to information and communication technologies, ICTs. I will hand the
vote. Going once, twice, thrice. Close the votes.
Okay, so for yes, we have 119 votes at 98.3%. For no, we have 1 vote at 0.8%. For abstain, we have 1 vote at 0.8%.
And then finally, comrades, on this commission, management revolution, the disaster unfolding at ESCOM, SAA, SABC, Transnet, Denel, and elsewhere, supports COPE's contention that the so-called big data management compelled with high-level analytic is absolutely essential in achieving a turnaround in the public sector and is providing speedy and effective service. There was an amendment as well there. Oh, yeah, you'll read it. Yeah. Close yeah. Votes are opened. Going once, twice, thrice, close. And then, comrade, whilst it's still counting, you'll remember there was another addition from Comrade Pakes, which I will ask Comrade Farouk to read out once you have heard the results.
Okay, so for yes, we have 117 votes at 93.6%. For no, we have 3 at 2.4%. For abstain, we have 5 at 4%.
Okay. Comrade Farouk?
Chair, Congress of the People vigorously supports the constitutional independence and autonomy of the Reserve Bank. Thank you.
Okay, open for vote. Vote. Going once, twice, thrice. Close the votes.
Okay, so for yes, we have 118 votes at 95.2%. For
Dennis
no,
and Papiki.
Chair. Chair, will you allow me just to thank all the members of the commission? I think they did sterling work, and thank you for your support. I hope that what we have put will give COPE a lot of space in the media. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next commission, education. Commission on Education. Okay, I see. Comrades, can you just take a 5-minute leg stretch quickly? Because I see people now are starting to move around. Let's give them just 5 minutes.
Yeah, please introduce it, and I'll take. You do the introduction, then I'll take it. Greetings, everyone. Let me just tell you something before I start with my presentation. Propose that at least one teacher should have a maximum of 20 learners. Because dwelling on that one, we are quite aware that in foundation phase, which is grade R to grade 3, our kids or children, they are vulnerable. They do not know anything. So it means they need more attention. But now we can see that currently it's possible for a school or a class to have more than 50 learners in one class. So we as Congress of the People, we are proposing that that should be changed from, because it's currently 35 learners is to one teacher. And one teacher cannot manage to control 35 learners in one class. So the reason why we propose this is because the teacher will have enough time to see the challenges of each and every learner in the foundation phase. Then from foundation phase, we'll be moving to intermediate phase, which is from grade 3 to grade 6. From grade 3 to grade 6, it's whereby, grade 4 to grade 6. It's whereby a learner starts to lighten up and see what's what. In the American education, they call it a literacy stage. But in South Africa here, we call it intermediate phase. So from these 3 grades, because they have a glimpse of what education is, comrades, then we propose that, okay, at least the ratio must increase from 20 to 25 learners is to one teacher. But our DBE says it's still 35 learners is to one teacher. And it's still too much because you know that those kids are troublesome. So these are the resolutions that we are trying to come across. Then we have the senior phase, which is from grade 7 to grade 9. Most people call it the GET. That's when our kids, they start getting, most of them, they start getting into the early adolescent stage. So by that age, but at least most of them, they know the difference between the right and the wrong. So if it's like that, since they know the difference between the right and the wrong, then we need their ratio must also increase, because we are also looking at the budget for the country, comrades. We must be reasonable on that one, because we cannot say maybe the ratio should be 10 learners is to one teacher, because it means we'll have to build more schools. So we are trying to be reasonable on this one. So then we have the FET phase. These ones, you know that they are older. They know what's what, actually. So they know if they want to pursue their education or not. So it means in most cases, those people, those learners who are in school, they are there for a reason. So therefore, they stay there at their own choice, provided that this ratio 35 is to 1 is the one which we are currently using anyway, and it's working in most cases, in most schools which follows it. But in those that do not follow it, because we might find in provinces like KZN, most schools are.
Okay. Can I just request that you speed up? Don't give too much detail, because remember you have got 15 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. In this one, we're still sticking to the same ratio. Thank you on that one. Then we have this one of the illegal immigrant learners. That one we did not dwell much on it, because the Home Affairs tries all by means to deal with those situations, because we can see from, okay, let's say Department of Basic Education, a learner cannot write grade 12 without identity document for that matter, or if ever it's an international student, they cannot write without their study permit. And in Department of Higher Education, they also go there with their study permit. So that one, I think it's okay on its own because the Department of Home Affairs is dealing with it. Then we come to this quintiles of schools, the rating of schools. We have the quintiles from 1 to 4. So the quintile 1 to 3 are regarded as poor schools. Mostly they are attended by children from a poor background, comrades. Then if that's the case, okay, let me not say if that's the case because our constitution says free education for all. But we are quite aware that education is not free. It's only free in black and white, in a paper. So we, as Congress of the People, we must enforce that it comes to materialize because we have been singing this thing since that by the time we retained power back to the South Africans. When we said South Africa was a rainbow nation, then we claimed this free education, but it's not happening, and people are still paying the fees in basic education and higher education. Then I'll be moving to quintile 4. Quintile 4 are regarded as free schools. In most cases, they include independent schools, of which those independent schools, it's set aside that their fees must be paid on that one. Because sometimes we'll be saying, we want to embark on the issue of free education, then you'll be fighting the wrong people who are in their private sectors and doing their own business in education, L&D, the private schools. So that one must be free. So we also, this one is just a discussion. The money allocated by the government for schools must go only towards education. But it can be a policy as well. Because we are quite aware that in most cases, that money, the school management team or the people in charge, they utilize it for their own personal gain. That is why we find that in most cases, schools are still rich and there are no progress and developments in most schools. Moving on, the department should cover the cost of services such as infrastructure, water, lights, and etc. That's where the free education comes in, because we know that in most cases people, the school will be sending children back home saying, now you did not pay the school fees, so therefore we do not have furnitures, our roofing is poor, we do not have water, so we may not proceed with our education, and also electricity. Then we should, then we should be having the re-evaluation of quintiles in every 5 years. Because on that one, comrades, it is, in most cases, it is said that if ever, let me say, Bon Hotel was a school and was regarded as quintile 3 or quintile 2 school this year, then it is possible for it to develop the following year. And immediately it develops and the township around it develops. That school will no longer regard it as quintile 2 school. That's when it will go to quintile 4 schools. So it means in every 5 years, we should re-evaluate and check with our quintiles. Then moving on to finance and administrative and security burdens on teachers. This one is a big challenge in most schools. Okay, in the whole of South Africa, because we have school, but the administrative and the governance of the school is very poor, comrades. Because you'll be finding, maybe for instance, you are a teacher, just a mere mathematics teacher, then you are involved in the financial department. That is not good. Hence, we tried all by means to classify all the department in different sectors. So we came to the SBS, which is the school-based support. The school-based support, it is an independent sector within the school, simply because we cannot say they run school on daily basis. We can call them some sponsors with more knowledge and resources to sponsor and support the school, comrades. So those ones, they are just additional members in schools. And then we move on to the finance sector. We say that each and every school or each and every institution should have at least, okay, let's say school on this one, should have at least one admin clerk. Because most burdens from the teachers, it will be, they will be given to, the admin, the finances will be given to teachers. So if ever the school has a clerk, then that's when it will be said, okay, the burden is reduced. Because remember, we are trying to reduce the burdens on teachers. Then moving on to the SMT. The SMT is broad. Under the SMT, the SGB, the head of departments, the principal, then the RCL. They form part of the school management team. Those people are the people who should be deciding on policies of the school, not the only SGBs. Because in most cases we find that Horemo, South Africa, for instance, the SGB is the parents who have children at school. And if ever they do those policies, they do not include the learners in those schools. The learners, I'm talking about the RCL. The RCL, key Representative Learners Council. It should be included in policy making of the school, because we find out that in most cases, students and learners, they complain that the policies which are implemented by the school, they do not cater for them. Thank you. Moving on. Then we should be moving on to curriculum. Yeah, DBE, Department of Basic Education. We know that currently we are using the CAPS syllabus from the NCS. So before I break it down, let me just read what we have noted down here. I'll say math should be compulsory from grade 1 to grade 10. And we should also have additional subjects which will give us direction to the courses of that we may want to study in universities or colleges. And when the learner is about to write grade 9 final examinations, there must be the aptitude test. The aptitude test, we call them the selective test. Remember, a learner who is in grade 10 is 15 years, approaching to 16 years. So our government says when a child is 16 years, emofa the identity, meaning that we regard that child as being responsible. Not responsible per se, but close to be responsible. So they are in a position to choose which subjects that they may wanna learn in the FET phase. Then, dwelling on this issue, CAPS again. We know that about 80% of teachers in South African schools, DBE, they did not do the CAPS syllabus. They did the NCS syllabus. So it means they are not familiar with whatever that they are teaching. That is why we see that in most cases, people fail to do their utmost best in their examinations, simply because they were not given quality education by their teachers, because the very same teachers do not know what they are teaching. They are just reading it from the books, yet they did not do that CAPS from their high school. So we propose that all the teachers who are teaching in DBE should be workshopped for the CAPS syllabus, because they do not know it. So therefore, they are feeding our children poison. That is why the South African government says the learners' pass rate should drop to 30%. But come on, comrades, let's just think about it. 30% is just a mockery. Like they are just mocking us. You cannot study the whole year. You wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning, then you leave your house at 7 o'clock, then you go back around maybe 4 o'clock, only to obtain 30%, then you said you have passed. You are just mocking, or maybe you are just wasting time. That is why today, I'm not trying to offend anybody. We see that most of us, we passed our matrics, got the same 30%, then we went to study electrical engineering. That is why in most cases, we're not load shading. It's because we do not have enough content. So we are proposing that, yes, we are proposing that the pass rate should be at least from 30% to 40%, because you cannot just say you want to learn and throw away the 70%. Okay, I'm wrapping up, Comrade Chair. You cannot just say you are throwing out the whole of 70% away to the vultures, comrades. So now we are coming to higher education, which will be presented by Comrade Venter here. Please join me on the stage, comrade.
Does this thing work? Okay. Members of COPE, I have to do something. Yeah, I have to do something. Okay. I have to do something which I feel a little bit uncomfortable about, because we had about 2 minutes to discuss higher education, and most of what you see on the board has been said by me with input. I doubt the system. It is too centralized, too massified, and too far from and too expensive because of this. At the moment, with the huge influx of students who can come in for free or almost for free, the classes are so overcrowded, and the university's finances is totally twisted. So the proposal is decentralization, in other words, also demassification. In the psychology class on the Potchefstroom campus of Northwest University, in the second year, there are 2,600 students. They are divided into groups of 600, because there's no classroom that can take 2,600, and even you, in such a classroom you don't teach. You just stand there and mumble. The idea is to lower costs and to upgrade communities by branching off into community colleges, rooting such colleges in the local communities, thus instilling pride and involvement, also cultural upliftment and neighborhood economic growth, diversity in the community college for better link with socio-economic requirements, upgrading of the neighborhood schools by cooperating between colleges and high schools, and what I left out is there should be much more sharing between universities among themselves and universities and colleges. The second point was not discussed at all, but it was in the book among the statements there. One of the problems at the moment is that the universities have lost their autonomy totally, especially after the last legislation introduced by Minister Blade Nzimande. And that means when the Vice-Chancellor and his council take decisions, they're more or less executing political instructions, and then we have a transformation that is deeply ideological and not quality education. That's what I have for you. The time that took me to say it was more or less the time we spent in the commission.
I can see the chairperson has gone to, he must have gone to the toilet or something. I see there's a hand there. Okay.
Chair, thank you very much. I wish to propose 2 additional items. One, in view of the great importance of making mathematics accessible and attractive to learners in our schools, COPE vigorously supports the establishment of maths parks as explained in the website www.mathsinthepark.co.za in every town in our country. Motion number 1. It's, I move, and it's seconded by Thelma Singama here. Second motion, in view of the great vocabulary deficit by learners revealed in numerous studies, requires serious attention in our schools, and COPE therefore supports an examination of vocabulary at every school level. I so move. Thank you.
Plus libraries.
Thank you very much. Are we happy with that? Thank you. Let's move then to the next one. As he rises, there is a message that we got here, that the comrades who occupied these rooms have not checked out as yet, and there is a problem. 310, 314, 317, 319, 20, 407, 409, 423, 508, 510, 511, 514, 515, 523, 601, 603, 707, 711, 714. Comrades will have to check out, otherwise we are going to be charged more. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. I just want to raise 2 issues here. They may seem unrelated, but I think they are important. The first one is that when we speak about foundation phase, it is critical that as part of education we must look at early childhood nutrition. Because in that phase, if the nutrition is inadequate, then abstract ideas, complex reasoning and things like that become virtually impossible for a child in later developmental stages. It's frightfully important that we must look at our education from there on. I would like Prof to comment on that later. And then the second thing is the vestiges of education for barbarism of the apartheid government is still very much prevalent in our education system. And I would respectfully suggest that everybody familiarize themselves with I.B. Tabata's Education for Barbarism, so that that issue can be addressed as well.
Okay, thank you very much. The watch that the chairperson has put indicates that...
Must I wait for more questions? I would like the colleagues who did the
The
presentation-
colleagues, your colleagues here, comrades, can you record that as well? Okay. Yeah. I see your hand, comrade.
Thank you. Comrade, I have a question to the Commission or also to the Congress of the People in large. What measures are to be put in action to the learners, to the misbehavior of learners, which is continuously happening in the high schools that we see every day in social media and everything? What is it that we as Congress of the People, we are going to do to stop such behavior?
Well, that I suppose it is not even the committee that has got to handle that, but the entire Congress. I'm coming this way, comrades. Yes.
Morning, leaders. My name is Mbalinkosi. Okay, there are a few things that I think that the education system and us as a party need to look at. If you can see there, the teachers, they are not coping. They are very overwhelmed. Some, they don't even know how to adapt, because you find that some, they're from doing their internship and now they have to start being practical, and you find that they can't cope. And they are being killed by kids. So I feel that there should be people who counsel teachers so that they can have some coping mechanism. And
Okay.
then...
Okay. I think that we agree. Okay?
And then there should be psychologists that checks IQ level of a child, because you find that a child has been failing at class only to find that the child's IQ level cannot accommodate the current school curriculum.
Right. Thank you very much. I think that one is agreed to. Yes, it's got to happen like that. You've got to finish, comrade. I mean,
And
it's
then
the
no
time
learner
that,
must be left at school unattended, because you find that people leave the school and teachers leave the school, and you find there's a learner that is left. These days it's not safe. There's human trafficking. What's going to happen to the learner?
Let's agree. Agreed? Thanks. We've got to pass
And
now.
then
Your
schools
time
have
is
the
gone.
tendency to suspend without having to know what is making the child to behave in a certain manner. And then something has to be done before just suspending a
Okay.
learner.
I suppose those of us who have been teachers for quite some time agree with that, and that's what we have called for. Okay, we don't have to respond to that. I mean, those are recommendations. Okay.
Thanks, Comrade Chair. I think as a party we must respond to the issue of language. And unfortunately, in the country, it's either English or Afrikaans. I mean, those are the languages of commerce. We know recently that every time when schools reopens, there's this magnet where our peoples will move from mostly your townships to your white areas, your Swezeranex incidents and all that. But then, I mean, COPE must then come out openly. I'm sure in line with the Constitution, we support that children must be taught at school in languages that they prefer. Hence, we must be moving as a society to ensure that there are schools that speak Xhosa, Zulu, that must be the best also, so that parents can actually put policies they want.
Okay.
Lastly,
that is policy in any way. It's
Yeah.
there already.
Lastly, it's just that
Okay.
I thought we must also talk about our role as parents in schools. As parents in schools.
Yeah.
You can't tell me that, I mean, there are thugs, drugs, and whatever in schools, but we don't ask ourselves. Those are our children.
Okay.
We must play our role. And I
That's
think
fine.
we must say something about that.
I think, comrades, we are agreed. That is already there. And therefore, as we go out to campaign, what COPE needs to do is to put that, okay. We don't have to add the others because we already have, but let's put that as, part of our campaigning role. I've seen your hand, comrade. There's one other hand, yes. Comrade Bula and comrades. I saw that end. Comrades, we've got to move. Yeah.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much to the Commission. Comrades, I'll be very quick. Number one, on burdens. There's something that is constitutionally needing some kind of an attention, because you said the schools must be allowed to at least refuse learners. And that will affect the learners, and in fact, it will actually be against the constitutional right to learn. So just check on it, because it just opposes it to the constitutional learning rights. And quickly on curriculum relevance, I thought you'd touch on that, because there are a lot of other questions, and I don't want to ask them here, because we are just building on the manifesto as well. Otherwise, the curriculum relevance versus the question of Afrocentrism, Eurocentrism, and all that. Should we indigenize the curriculum, or should we globalize? Should we actually be sensitive to so-called pedagogical and knowledge boundaries, or should we what? Perhaps the Commission should touch on that, because COPE in talk shows will be asked such questions.
All right.
And on the issue of unionism versus professionalism, we should reflect on that, because it is taking a lot of education content respecting the unions over professionalism, affecting learners.
Okay, I think the time is gone. We are born now. Yeah? Okay. All right. Okay. Comrade Linton, I saw your hand to come. Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. I've got two inputs. The first one relates to the proposal that the pass rate should be 40. I think COPE should say the pass rate must be 50%. 50%. Okay. And then...
but I must say, sorry, I didn't get that.
Yes, in the earlier phases, the proposal for the pass rate is that it must move from 30 to 40%. And I'm proposing that we should say 50%.
Okay.
And then on the higher education, the point that Prof said was not discussed, I think it's an important one. And what I want to propose is that we put that in a positive language. So we should introduce legislation that we should introduce legislation that guarantees accountable autonomy of tertiary institutions. Accountable autonomy. So there is autonomy, but there is accountability as well.
Okay. In actual fact, you are emphasizing that which the present government has done. You are correct. Pass rate, 50%, but each time they're in trouble, they go down. Even now is about 33%, so that they can claim victory and say, we are improving. I think we need to take that, comrades. Let's emphasize that. There is another hand this side. Please agree that this should be the last. Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm worried about the...
No, let him speak, and then... Okay.
Comrades. No, comrades, that is I'd like to add, because I'm a member of this commission. In fact, what you are looking in this foundation phase, foundation phase, we are just looking for the overcrowding. All our schools in South Africa, we still have the overcrowding. We may found that 40 by 1, which means the 40 children by 1 teacher. Up until to 50, maybe by 1 teacher. So that's why you have made this ratio in order to reduce, to make them at least to make the accommodation scale. So you have made the 20 by 1. This can starting point from us. We just looking this as a starting point. We can end up with a good results. It is good. It is through our funds and our attentions. We must go there in order at least to make sure that we can end up with a good issue. That's why.
Okay.
That's why our ratio they are come to a split up until 235 in FET.
Okay. We got it. Okay, he's the last one. Okay.
Yeah, a high rate of robbery at schools, whereby there is no allocation of norms and standard of paying security at schools. But continuously, schools have been burglarized and continuously the equipment the judge just school dia utsiwa, but I wanna le arrest bangona gewe ya dikolong tse ding di province tse dingwe for norms and standards di cover security, but
Okay.
mostly in our province are gonna let that allocation. Therefore, you are like a cope. Our level or uniformity.
Just what?
Chairperson wang khatelela.
Oh, a Greek na kumuna rejo.
Aba mara ke fetsa ke sa lokolo go bolela.
Ah, wa ya o tšea motsoko o tla loka. No, comrades, what he's talking about is the issue of security at schools. Okay? That is extremely important. E botlhokwa se batho. Gomme ba tla ya raba le yona eo. Wa ikwešiša kere. He's talking about security. He says that is extremely important. Okay. Can you respond, please? I know. Ke go kwele monna rejo ya o tšea motsoko o nyaka fola tla go rekela. Who comes? Are you first? Yeah, come good. Remember, the discussions took place in the committee. Okay. All right. Please come in.
On all the questions? Morning. Most of the issues discussed now and added, we did discuss in full in the committee. What we presented now is just a short summary for the sake of time, but I guarantee all the discussed matters here are in the full report that we'll be submitting. The further proposals were made. Most of them were in the, as I say, are in the full report we'll be making. The few additions, security, we will add that to the report. Yes, I can't read that.
Sorry. On the issues of what Mr. Khan brought in about the importance of the accessible and interactive of maths in schools, I think we can add that to our maths proposal and the website he has given us. And with regards to, a bit louder, sorry. And with regards of the vocabulary deficit that he also explained, we haven't addressed that. I must tell you, we had other issues that we addressed that we didn't bring in, like teacher aids, etc. So we couldn't really cover everything. So I think it's also something that we can add, I suspect. And then the feeding schemes were explained by the chair, and apparently it is already in certain schools, but I think it's also something that we can add. And with regards to the teachers that's not coping, we did put that in our presentation, as well as the safety of teachers and children. We propose that schools can put that in there, that schools make those decisions and not the departments, and that they deal with these children. But then also, instead of teachers that should address these issues, we propose that each school must have one or two independent people that can take over these duties, which is part of the overloading of teachers. And with regards of the issues of language, we also didn't address that, so I think it's something we can also put in our report. And then role of parents in schools, which are really important. We know that. I think we can also add that into our report.
That was in our report in the form of the school governing bodies having more control, instead of always referring back to the department and the HODs, whereas the school governing body has the power to make the decision at the end.
And I agree. I think, Lindell, we can raise the pass rate to 50. Yeah. And then, again, the violence of schools, we did address when we said that each school should have 1 or 2 independent people that can manage these things, and then the schools make these decisions instead of the departments of what they will do to children. I don't know, should I add that or where we said? Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, as you go down, just to emphasize this thing of 50%, the passing rate. I think one mentioned it in one of the committees that, well, you know, most of you, it was 50%. Now, the present government has gone down to 33%. Why? Because they want to, I want to emphasize, claim a victory that, okay, but then most universities have added an extra year for their degrees, so that the work that the students or children were supposed to do are actually added, or is actually added into the first year of the university. That is a problem, we agree.
I just want to say again, we must add a 1.5, which says we must encourage universities and colleges to share facilities. For instance, Northwest University has been, UNISA has been using the laboratory facilities for about 20 years at Potchefstroom. They paid the Northwest University for it, and they sent their students in the vacations. That means UNISA can also offer a BSc, which otherwise they couldn't have done. And they do it cheaply.
Bairangi, who moves for adoption? For purposes of record, if you could rise and say who you are. Well, I know who you are, but for the sake of the record.
Thabang Kopane, Free State, most for the adoption of the education.
But we will that. Who seconds? Okay.
Carlton Weaver, Chair Tswana.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone who says no? Thank you, comrades. We are done with that one. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's move to the next one, is health. On there?
Chair, sorry, there are 2 motions that the General Secretary wanted to, I have them typed and given. Okay. 2 more motions.
There is no one who says no. It's unanimous. So why waste time? Okay. It is said, comrades, that we must vote on this thing that we have all said we agree to. But okay, let's go on then. Let's vote then. Vote on what we all agree.
Can I propose?
Yes.
Can I propose something? Comrades, just one second. Can I propose something? Okay. And I want to use this report as an example. Where there are no disagreements on the proposals, that we take one vote for the total, but it must reflect that so many agreed, so many, okay. So then
Okay.
put it to...
Like we all have agreed.
Yeah.
So we're going back, it's a waste of time. Now, comrades, please vote. Those who say, comrades, we are saying we are voting on this motion with the additions that have been made. Okay. All right. You ready?
It's open. Yeah. Tell them
Okay.
it's open.
Those who say yes, we agree. Let's vote. Hmm? No, please, you'll have to stop wasting time, comrade.
Close the vote.
Okay, no.
Voting is closed.
Okay, so for yes, we have 120, 96%.
You see that? Okay, the next commission, comrades. All right? That's health. Now, these other rooms, you did not go out, check out, 414, 416, 424. You left your clothes in the rooms. Please go and pick up those. You see, we need to move. This thing of saying, hey, we want to. All right. Let's go to health now. It's a waste of time. It's now, it's 20 minutes to 11, you know? Unnecessary. Health, please. Health, where are you?
Sorry, Chair. Chair.
Health, where are you? We need to finish, comrades. You've got to move, really. And there's no time. All right. Health, where are you? Now you see this waste of time. That's what one detests, really. Who is going to report the reporter? You see. We have one from them.
Greetings, comrades. Greetings to the President, Deputy President, to the top executive, and members of the CNC. I guarantee you that I'm one of the people that are not going to waste time. I don't believe in wasting time. I'll be straight to the point. Comrades, I must say that health is one of the most sensitive issues in this country. That when we discuss the issues that relate to health, especially as political parties, we've got to be very clear of what is it that we stand for in the country. Because every decision that is made by politicians and political parties will result into the health system that will be taking care of the society we are living in. So if the decision-making bodies of political parties can come up with clear administration into how should the healthcare system be operated, then we are in danger. Allow me, comrades, quickly. I guarantee you 10 minutes will be enough for me. Few points I want to go through. My deepest wish was that when I do this presentation, two people wouldn't be here. Number one, I wish that Comrade Pexti Kheti would be sleeping somewhere. Number two, I wish that Comrade Lindol wouldn't be here. I'll tell you later. So, okay, thank you. So, honorable comrades, Just allow me, you will read through, but what I will do is I will quickly go through and you will be in a position to understand what I'm actually putting through over to the comrades. I must address, comrades, that we have encountered that in our health system, our health systems, especially in the public sector, they are so overcrowded to a point whereby our facilities, our doctors, and all people that are working in the health sector are actually failing to cope with the situation that they are encountering in the health system. Now, the problem with what we are going through in the health system depends on how do we now present the issue of health and overcrowding. First and foremost, why is our health systems overcrowded? They are overcrowded because public health systems in South Africa are taking care of not only South Africans, but they are taking care of South Africans and all SADC countries. The healthcare system of South Africa is taking care of people from Botswana. I am not saying that those people that are crossing the border to come and be treated here are coming here to stay here or to work here. They literally cross the border to come and access our healthcare system and go back home. It must be clear, comrade, that these particular individuals are doing it in Botswana, are doing it in Zimbabwe, are doing it in Lesotho, are doing it in Mozambique, are doing it through all the SADC countries of this country. Now, the healthcare system of South Africa is taking care of all the SADC countries of Africa. Amen. Now, we must be in a position to address this thing as political parties that we cannot agree to that. If we agree to that, that is why when you go now to all our public health care, you go there, you can't find medication. You go there, nurses have attitude. You go there, doctors can't perform anymore because they are overloaded with the work. It's a problem that I'm identifying. I'm going to do a few recommendations. Honorable comrade, please allow me not to go through everything. I think I've said much that can be actually went through. Recommendations are that there must be implementations that recommend how do we now regulate the challenges that we are going through. Oh. Where? Oh, don't worry about this. So, comrades, few recommendations that we actually making. We are making recommendations that there must be measures in place in order to deal with all the challenges that we are having. There's a number of challenges that I will just point out as I pass. That security also is one concern that we have in addressing the health issue. But out of one of the points that I've alluded, we have recommended that the healthcare system should not allow foreign nationals to access our healthcare system in the public sector. However, even if we have said it that in the Bill of Rights that everyone has a right to have an access to healthcare services, including reproductive healthcare, and no one may have to be refused emergency medical treatment. This must be amended to say, when we say everyone, we mean South Africans. When we say everyone, we don't mean the SADC countries. We mean South Africans. Now, it must be very clear and state that when we say everyone, we mean South Africans. Should there be an exemption in this particular regard, it must be said that those that come and be part and parcel of our healthcare system should be documented people. We can't have people crossing borders and doing all these things without human. So, my second recommendation, we recommend that our healthcare system must also only cater for South Africans, and it must be said very clear. Number two, we recommend that the police must be given direct access to our health facilities to give first-hand safety to our patients and to our health employees. And they must, actually, when you go there, you must actually produce your ID to identify who you are so that we don't treat people that we don't know. Special accommodation must be given to foreign nationals who are without any form of documentation. And their embassies must take care of their health bill. We can't have SADC countries taking ARVs, especially medications for chronic diseases in this country. Their embassies must actually do that. Those are our recommendations. Comrade Chair, I've covered your time.
No.
Okay, comrades, your comments now. Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Comrades, my colleague forgot to mention something very crucial. In all of this presentation, the most important thing that wasn't mentioned is that the Commission agreed that we adopt the party's policy, health policy of 2014, for reasons that problems that we faced and the solutions that we came up to, we noticed that they are in the policy dated 2014. Hence, we have also included in the screens that you see in front of you a few of the administrative or pointers that was in that policy in 2014. Hence, our proposal is that we adopt, this Congress adopts the very same policy dated January 2014, as well as the document, the health guideline document inside the notice book of this Congress. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments? I see how tender. All right.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, I'm a little bit lost. Maybe you'll direct me if I'm lost. Yesterday I was doing presentation and I was told in this house that the slides that which are not appearing here are not going to be carried up. But today I see when Comrade Russell will be making presentation, some slides or some of the things that he's saying, we didn't see here. So I just want to check. How are we going to maybe accept or adopt this? Please give me that. It's not my, why now? Please, man.
Okay, comrade.
I'm not here for you, I'm here for Congress.
All right. Relax, comrade.
No, these people, they must think for others. If they don't have questions, they must keep quiet.
No,
so Chair, my question is, Ntate Rasobi must put those slides there. Because if he doesn't put that, I think this Congress should not accept that. Thank you, sir.
Okay. No, that's fine. And then
good morning, Comrade Chairperson and the delegates and the conference. My concern, Comrade Chair, to the Commission that is tabling the good health policy. South Africa is part of United Nations. In cases of war, when foreign nationals come as refugees in our country, and we seemed, that policy that has been tabled, the manner in which it was tabled, I get an impression that we are saying foreign nationals must not get health services when they come in our country. But it will be better if we say, based on the manner in which they come to our country, we must align our policy with the constitution of the country. And we are part of the United Nations. So COPE therefore needs to have policies that speak to the constitution and the United Nations. There is no way, comrades, we can say we cannot help a person when he is dying. A person can come and cross the border because he wants a health service. I don't want to delay the presentation. That part where, in all the points where you keep on saying we must not help foreign nationals, must not give the health service to the foreign nationals, we better saying based on the conditions of that particular person in that particular time. We are part of United Nations. Thank you.
Okay. You will come in, just wait a bit. Let me check with you, comrades. Comrade Lifu has raised this point of the slides. Okay. Where are they? Yeah? The guide slides, right? He indicates that the recommendations, that's exactly what was put on this thing for everyone to see. Are we happy with that? Okay. Yes. Yes.
It's my turn.
It will be your turn. Remember, right now we're talking about the slides because there is a complaint that came up on the slides. You will follow. Yes. Then Comrade Dennis.
Comrade Chairperson,
Yes.
Comrade Rasuobi said the recommendations and the slide said administrations. There's a difference between the recommendation and the administration. What Comrade Lifu is talking about is that the slide that he's talking to, he must appear on the wall so that we can see, because we don't see the thing that he's talking about because it's on his own.
All right. Where are the slides?
Comrades. Oh. What I want to say, comrade, is that, how do you go down here? Comrades, in fact, I was trying to cover time on this one. And I will apologize. The chairperson was afraid to do a presentation. I had to rescue him. But what I'm trying to say is, I'm going to request on the comrades. When the recommendation was done for Comrade Lifu, it was not a personal attack, but it was a recommendation. So in that particular sense, I am going to request that, number one, I was covering time. Number two, I was doing for our chairperson who couldn't do it anymore. So my recommendation was that, yes, we did make according to that slides, but the recommendations, I think they are not there as the chairperson has made them. So what I will do is I will read out the recommendations, and then those recommendations, then we can actually advocate if we need to.
Comrades, we need an excellent work, like we have done with all the commissions. Please go prepare yourself quickly and come back and put that to the Congress. Okay? All right? We're done with that. Please do that. All right? Let's go to agriculture. Go prepare yourselves. Let's have a proper job here. Agriculture, please. Agriculture, where are you? Comrades, remember we don't have time. Huh? Agriculture, please. You're supposed to be here. Not there. Thank you. All right.
This is what you press this.
I am one person.
No, you press this if you want to go down this, if you want to scroll down as you report.
Press what?
You press this, which is not bad.
This one?
Yeah.
Good day, comrades. Good day, the leadership. And welcome and congratulations to you, new leadership. And I am on land and agriculture. I am standing here to say COPE agrees with the expropriation
of land. We do agree, not so? We need to be sure about that, because we have a policy already that was put up in 2014 by COPE. So we're not just following the rhetoric out there. We were there in 2014, and we made sure that we have a land policy that takes care of all that. So I wonder if we all know our policy that was put up in 2014, because we discovered that in our commission that about 90% of us did not read that policy, did not know what is entailed in that policy about land reform. So I'm wondering if we, in this gathering, if we also read that policy. Otherwise, we wouldn't be afraid about the expropriation of land with compensation, because this was stipulated in our policy. If we go and look at the preface of that policy, it covers all that. I can't see that. Okay, let me read the COPE's preface. The preface says, COPE's agricultural policy recognizes that both black and white people of South Africa will need to be proportionately engaged in commercial agriculture through single or joint ventures. Rural communities practicing subsistence farming will need to be given urgent and considerable support to create diversified systems of agriculture. This will best be achieved by encouraging rural farmers and smallholders to form viable groups. The low average rainfall, as well as the high variability within and between seasons, will require that sustained, I don't have my glasses, oh, I'm sorry. Sustained what? Sustained attention be given to ensuring the wise use of this precious and limited resource. The effects of climate change will also be monitored.
Comrades, there is a problem. Comrades keep on standing up, going out and so on and disturbing. Kindly sit down so that we can go on with the Congress, okay? And then the technicians, can you please assist so that she can be able to read, all right? Okay.
Can I go on? Yeah. The effects of climate change will also be monitored on a regular basis so that agriculture in South Africa can adapt to the changes that are anticipated. This is the preface. This is what I say covers almost everything in our policy. We also go on to say all the answers we need are in the constitution of our country. If we look at the larger picture, this means that 90% of our members don't know or understand the policy, and therefore 90% of the public are in the same boat. After explaining the policy, it becomes clear that a single version is needed as ammunition to any questions we might face. Clarity begins at home and, charity, sorry, I don't see. Charity begins at home and change starts with us. First step is to become familiar and understand COPE's policy on land and agriculture. Second step is to educate our current members as to COPE's policy. Third step is to educate COPE voters. Fourth step is to educate the public at large. This education goes on to, if I may say, we must go and I also understand our constitution. Because our constitution, if we go and check on chapter 1, on the founding provisions, also say that the Republic of South Africa is one sovereign democratic state founded on the following values. That is 1, human dignity, the achievement of equality, and the advancement of human rights and freedoms. B, non-racialism and non-sexism. Without going into all that, but all is in the Constitution of South Africa. The recommendations. Why am I already there? It's west there, very far. The recommendations. Even before going to the recommendations, I must refer you, comrades, on the fact that in the South African Constitution, we are covered. We are covered in Section 25, Section 26, and Section 29, if you can be able to go there and check. It covers this issue of land reform. And we notice that our opponents ignore some of the parts that are there in the Constitution, like in Section 25, where they would say expropriation without compensation. Section 25 explains that. I would wish that you go and check that. And let's go to recommendation. The what? Title deeds need to be included in the policy. If we want to know what title deeds are, title deeds is a legal document that gives legal rights to ownership. Why is the title deed important? It is important that it can be used to create wealth, inheritance, legacy, and financial security. What we recommend to use as a method of communication is 1, we use videos, we use cheat charts, cheat sheets, and what? Cheat sheets, sorry. Cheat sheets. Okay. Volunteer training via COPE website. That's it. We might face problems. Problems we might face is that, I think I've covered that, where I said opponents have diverted the discussion away from Section 25 and have convinced the public that land expropriation. Oh, please.
Okay.
I can't see that.
Don't worry. Don't worry. No, don't worry.
Huh?
I will tell them. Don't worry.
Where's communication?
Yeah. No, don't worry. Let us assist.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. No, don't worry. Comrades, Diabulela, you have done your best, really. I know she has a problem with her eyes. Thanks, comrades. But those recommendations, I think you yourselves can see. Eh? Do you want to take it? How you use them around that? The recommendations, permit me to say, when it comes to, for example, method of communication, that is internal, for us to make sure that the whole thing goes to the people of our country. All right? Comrades, do you have recommendation? I'm sorry, do you want to recommend anything? No, relax, comrade. You don't make noise, all right? Don't make noise. Are there additions first? Additions? Okay. Comrade Tlheko.
Thanks, Comrade DP. Right. DP, what you in the recommendations, the point that you are emphasizing is that if you look at our policy currently, it's covering clearly the position of the party. But we are not able, all of us, to go out and summarize the policy and engage other stakeholders, firstly, that agree with us, and those that are opposed to us. It's only one person who has been able to articulate the policy of the party. Now, that's why we came up with those training needs, that we need to train people so that our comrades can be able also to engage the public. But we need to summarize the policy. That's why we came up with the video and all that, used as a tool of communication, because that policy can fit nicely in our manifesto if it's summarized nicely. That is what we are saying. That is what we are recommending. That's why we have fewer recommendations, are more internal and also external. Thanks, Jim.
Great. Perhaps we must emphasize, before Comrade Dennis comes in, and the GS, or former GS, that which Comrade Tlheko is saying is 100%. The person that has been seen to be speaking on this is the president, and actually attacked on very many occasions. And as a result of that, the whole organization has been going down. You go out, people say, COPE is selling out, etc. The land to whomever. And the EFF and ANC, they've been doing that kind of thing, the attacks, right? So this Congress needs to come up with all these recommendations, make sure that they are put on the ground, we are able to move forward, the methods of communication, and ensuring that each and every member of COPE both understands, and as we go out to campaign, they know precisely what has got to be done, and why, as COPE, we believe that this has got to be the route. Comrade Dindolo. Comrade Dennis will follow.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to propose that we put it to the vote for acceptance, but I would like that when they're summarizing it, they should take, remember there's that sentence in the economic cluster that talks about land. They should bring that in here as well. Thank you.
Okay.
Former GS was saying exactly what I wanted to say. You see, Comrade Farouk presentation on the land. Let us, in the recommendations, put that clause. That clause is explaining 100%. Nobody will challenge us when we put that thing of Comrade Farouk in that thing. No opposition at all. I can also go out and explain because of that clause of Comrade Farouk. Thank you very much.
Okay. Which basically says, okay, before Comrade Bula comes up, which basically says that from now henceforth, it is not going to be Comrade President only, Comrade Theralo Kota, that is going to be seen to be saying this whole thing. that we've been talking about, etc., but the entire COPE. Let people understand that this is the position of the Congress, of the organization. I know we're still going to say let's vote, etc., but then we need to understand that by hook or crook, all of us will be rising to say, this is the position of the organization, we are moving forward. Comrade Bula.
Comrade Chair, thank you very much for that information. But we are going also to face, when we're dealing with this question of land, let us be strict on asking the Commission, touch the land as a commodity that should be equally distributed, as a resource that should be equally distributed. As of now, land is not equally distributed. And I would want the Commission to respond to that as to how we are going to respond to that. And I'm saying, therefore, not all that is in the Constitution is correct. And we must not only take the Constitution as a Bible that should not be also a subject of amendments. Yes, we follow Constitution, but Constitution is actually a response to the people's ill socially. And it is the document produced by the people. We are constitutionalists, but we should follow the Constitution, but also be very cautious that Constitution should also be amended when necessary. You see?
Okay.
And I want to say, Chair, on this land question, we should actually be defining land not only as an agricultural kind of resource, but also as a resource that is carrying minerals below it, as a resource that is also carrying the blue industry in it. Not only the agricultural land, the residential land, the whatever, we must be clear on those issues.
Okay.
Otherwise, we'll carry the mandate of COPE, but as we are going to be questions in talk shows, we must be clear on that. Land is not equally distributed. And that's social injustice, and it must be distributed.
No, that's fine. I think the Congress hears that. President will come after these two last hands, okay? Comrade Weber, Comrade Nkwanya, and then the President, you'll close.
Yes. Thank you, Comrade Chair. The previous speaker has covered perfectly one of the aspects I wanted to address. There's two things I would like the Congress of the People to look at and recommend on. The interpretation of Section 25.6. It's very unclear, my comrades. And that's the one thing I would like us to look at, 25.6. And then the second, of course, I mentioned it earlier on with Comrade Farouk. I want us to separate the feudal treatment of our people on the farms, to separate that from the emotions around land on farms. How people are being treated on the farm as a separate thing to land ownership. We must come out with a statement on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Comrade Gwanya.
Thank you.
You are the last one, and then President.
All right. Comrade Chairperson, Deputy President, it is important that indeed we all have to understand the land issue. And as it is, the Constitution in Section 25 does allow land expropriation with or without compensation. The only thing that I think we have as a problem is that people misinterpret Congress of the People. They are of an opinion that Congress of the People says there should not be an expropriation. They think we are against the land reform, which is not the case. COPE stands that there should be land reform. We agree with that. We also agree and understand of the injustice of the past. But what we're saying is, when you have to correct whatever has happened in the past, you must not go and do so in a wrong way, because two wrongs don't make right. We're saying that, yes, expropriation should be done, but in line with what the constitution of the land dictates. That's what we say. We need to make people understand that we are not against expropriation. Ne?
Okay.
But people must know that.
All right.
We are not against expropriation. All we want is that it must be done within the confines of the constitution.
Thank you, Comrade. Comrade President, I'm going to give you a few more minutes. And I think you need to exercise a bit. Can you come this way, people?
Yeah, maybe I should come closer.
Yeah, come closer to the... Yeah, so that you can speak more.
My dear comrades, you see, this constitution is a living document. It's a living document. It's important to read and understand it as, it's not a book like ordinary books. It's a book that is unfolding a development process. When we went to jail, the black sections of the population were confined to only 13% of South Africa's surface. 13%, and 87% was reserved for the white section of the population. What is the first thing we agreed on when we got to CODESA? After years of struggle and the loss of life of many people, was the following. Don't start reading the Constitution at the end or at section 25. You will not understand it. Start where it starts. So then when we go to CODESA, in the preamble we said that we want to solve this problem and that problem and this problem and that problem. Then we started to write the Constitution. In chapter 1, section 1, please understand section 1. It says, the Republic of South Africa, starting today, the Republic of South Africa is one, sovereign, democratic state. What does that mean? There's no more Quag. There's no more Transkei. There's no more Bophuthatswana. There's no more all these bits and pieces. Indian South Africans of Indian origin, you cannot tell them that they cannot live in the Free State, and that if they pass through the Free State, they must drive very fast and get to the other side. They can sleep there, they can own property there, like you and I. There's no more colored preferential area. Cape Town is open to all of us. That sentence, the Republic of South Africa is one sovereign democratic state. Comrades, we couldn't write that you can build a house in the sky because nobody can build a house there. But that sentence opens the whole country to all of us to live equally anywhere and everywhere. Number 2, that is number 1, and it will tell you there'll be no more women, that everybody will be respected equally and so on. Section 3 of the Constitution says, there is a common South African citizenship, not Transkei citizenship, South African citizenship. It's common to all of us. And every one of us is equally entitled to the rights, privileges, and benefits of citizenship. So where did we sell you out when we go to CODESA? Why would President Mandela spend 27 years in jail and come and sign a constitution that we must not have equality of status in this country and equal access to the land. Why would Oliver Tambo spend almost 40 years in exile, like Moses, struggling to go back to his homeland, and then come here and say to Mandela, go and sign that constitution that says Africans must not have, or Indian or colored South Africans must not have equal rights in their home country? Why would they do that? We're not the sellouts. We came back because we had won the right to have South Africa as our home, free for all of us. It says here there must not even discrimination between it is based on non-racialism and non-sexism. The first point I make, therefore, comrades, this constitution makes, and what we, COPE, are saying is, as I said to you the other day, we are South Africans first. Before we are amaXhosa, abeSotho, abaTswana. That point is made. Now, having made this point, we then went, what you call chapter 1 is only 6 points. And why we call them founding provisions is because what we meant was they are not debatable. They are not debatable. And then we talk about citizenship, national anthem. You see, the national anthem, it takes parts of Nkosi Sikelel Africa, which was sung by those who were struggling for liberation to get out of the backwardness of apartheid. The second one is the stem. It comes into paragraph 3 and paragraph 4. The first part, because the majority of South Africans, we ask God to bless our country, to protect us. Well, we don't use the word God because Nkosi is like the Almighty. Morena is the Almighty. But all the people in this country, Muslim, whatnot, they believe in the existence of a supreme being. And we all agreed this is good for our country. All of us will not object. So therefore we said it will start with Nkosi Sikelel Africa because the Nguni group is the biggest. Comrades, I must really do this. I must do this so that when we are finished, nobody should now start asking other questions. And I'm really being direct. I'm talking also on behalf of the leaders of our people who are in their graves. Bo Mandela, Bo Sisulu, I was also taught this thing. I didn't just get born with this thing. I was taught by the leaders of our people. This has given me this opportunity to share this with you. And I'll really keep quiet. I won't speak anymore. I'll be quiet and go. So I say, therefore we said, Nkosi Sikelel Africa, Morena Buluka, is one sentence, God bless our country. That's all, that's one sentence. It's first said in Nguni because the Nguni languages are the biggest language group in the country. Xhosa, Zulu, Swati, Tsonga, Ndebele. 5 huge language group. The second language group is Sotho languages. Morena, Bulukas, Chabasahis. One sentence. And those are then Sesotho of Lesotho or whatever, Tswana, Sepedi, Shivenda. Morena, Bulukas, Chabasahis. The third biggest language group is Afrikaans. Whether we like it or not, comrades, that language is a South African language. It is born and bred in this country. No other country is born in this country. And what is it? It is Khoi and San. It is Dutch. It is all African languages in this country. You know, when you say Impala, Pala, you are talking Xhosa, Sotho. It's there because the people who arrived here as slaves from the Filipino islands, from the Malay islands and peninsula and so on, they had no name for this animal. Only those of us who were born and homegrown had given it the name Pala, Impala. Then they incorporated it. Kudu. That is the Khoi and the San. So the Dutch had never seen this animal before. They find it in the French and all of that. So the Afrikaans is all these languages put together. Steve Biko said this to the court in our trial, that Afrikaans is more South African than all of these languages in this country. There's Sotho in it, there's Xhosa in it, there's Dutch in it, there's German in it, there's Filipino, there's all these languages are in there. And that's why we said the third paragraph. And this song called The Stem is not a song. It is a poem. It's written by a man called C.J. Langenhoven, who was born on the 13th of August, 1873. He had nothing to do with apartheid. Yeah, I know. He then wrote about the beauty of this land. If you understand Afrikaans, or you get somebody to it will tell you what it says. And we put it in there because this land that we are saying God must bless is described in it. In the last part of it, the patriotism that is spoken about there, it still comes from him, but we interpret it to English. English is not a South African-born language. It came here complete. The language that is South African is Afrikaans and this. Yeah? No, it's our mother tongue, actually. There's more black South Africans who speak Afrikaans than the English than white people. There's more, by far. Now, please, man, I really, comrade, we've been having problems because of on the most important issues, we don't want to give time. Let's give time to this thing. I finish this thing in a few minutes, man. Please, comrade.
Comrade, the President will still have time later to finalize a number of things. Okay. We are having problems outside with the people from the media, etc., etc. Okay? He will still have time to finalize a number of these very important things in line with the Constitution. What I want to check with you, I think it's explained where we come from. What we want to check with you, with the committee, is whether there are other things that need to be included. Comrade Tlheko, you have put your point. Is there any other thing, comrade, from the committee? A response. Okay. Were you in the committee? No. Response first.
Thanks, Comrade DP.
Yes.
Comrade, if you check our view is that 90% of COPE leaders or COPE members and the society at large, they have not read the policy of the Congress of the People. All the points from the farm workers, land reform, environment, forestry, fishery, all these questions that comrades were raised are in that policy. So if you go and read, the only difference is that the policy heading is saying agriculture policy. But when you read, you'll see all those things of land and what. And it's exactly in line with the Constitution of the Republic. That's why we emphasize our recommendation is more on educating our members so that they are able to understand what is in their policy and be able to go and articulate. I agree with comrades that are saying we take the 2 points from Comrade Farouk and include there and move and adopt this and move forward, Chair.
All right, comrades, thank you very much. He has moved for adoption. Seconded, yes. The seconded. Please announce your name. Well, I know, for purposes of the record.
I'm Kenneth Ntola from KZN, and I second Comrade Hlego.
Do you have anyone who says no? Nobody. It's therefore agreed to unanimously. I'm told you must vote, 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 vote. It's agreed to. It's taken. Please record there only. Okay. Governance, please come. Okay, vote, comrades. I'm told you must vote, although you have agreed. Those who say yes.
There was one recommendation in the slide, that was the adoption of title deeds into the policy. Title deeds must be issued.
Okay, okay. The inclusion of the title deeds included, of course. All right. Please let us vote. Who say yes? Those who say yes, comrades? Do you agree? Okay, those who say no?
I'm going to count 1, 2, 3, vote closed.
No,
yeah, I'm closing.
It's done, comrades. Okay, give us the results, please.
Okay, so we have 117.
Okay.
Yes.
Therefore, on the issue of land, comrades, we have 99.2%. Thank you very much. What will we still do? Governance, please. There is no time altogether. Governance? Governance? And I hope, is it short? Oh, thank you. It's not short, it's shorter. All right.
Morning, leadership, delegates. I am Dagwin Keen from the Western Cape in representing the Commission of Governance and Administration. This was discussed in the policy conference in December 2016 and is also in your booklet where you can follow, if you can't see on the slides. So let me start with the slides to discuss. Let us. It's on. It's on. Yeah, that's right. Let me start with the slides for you to discuss and vote on. As you will see, the slides was discussed in the booklet. We just added some suggestions on some slides and it's in red, as you can see. Okay, so we can follow. Introduction. From the highest of our 1994 democratic election and the adoption...
Excuse me, just wait. I see hands there. Yes?
Chair, I think the gentleman, if you can go back to the slides and so on, we've got a date confusing there. 2018 and 2019.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, okay.
Edit it. Okay, they will edit it. Our introduction is from the highest of our 1994 democratic election and the adoption of our national compact, our constitution, our hopes of achieving our founding vision of reconciliation, unity, equality, stability, and prosperity now lie in tatters. South Africa faces unprecedented crises, constitutional, social, economic, in government, and the private sector, all of which is rooted in our political crisis and corrupted leadership, bad governance, and poor policy choices. Our constitution set our national vision of just and equitable society and the hope for a better life for all. It provides the instruments, processes, system of governments required to achieve this vision. It set out and prescribe the values and principles which should underpin the governance of our state and nation, and which inform the difference between good and bad governance. Government under the current ruling party has failed to create capable and development state and conditions required for good and progressive governance required to realize the vision of a better life for all. Good and progressive governance start with the elections of ethical and accountable political leadership to public office who are committed to the value of principle and ideals enshrined in the Constitution. Okay, so let me start on what was discussed. That was my introduction. Reform required to ensure the development of a capable and development and accountable state. What COPE is saying, or insists on saying, on the return to the constitutionalism, it is a primacy and the rule of law. And on a return to the value and the principle enshrined in the Constitution in relation to the governance of the state, namely transparent, accountable, responsible, responsive, patriotic, and efficient and effective governance. That is what we're saying. 1. A return of the constitutional its supremacy and the rule of law. Our Constitution set out our national vision of a just, equitable society and the hope of a better life for all. It also provides the instruments, processes and systems of the governance required to achieve this vision. It set out the prescribed the values and the principle which should underpin the governance and our state and nation, in which inform the difference between good and bad governance. Our electoral reform, what we're saying there is to assist ensuring elections in ethical and responsive political leadership who will be held accountable. COPE advocates the direct election of presidents, premiers, and mayors. We advocate that mayors must also be part of this. For instance, in the national elections, we must elect a mayor also. The introduction of a constitutionally based system into the electoral system in our province and national spheres of government, and the right individual to stand and contest as candidates in their own right. 3, review and reform the powers of the president. What we're saying there is, over the past decade, we have been subjected to the abuse and current extensive powers afforded to the president. We all know there's a lot of cases going on. We have won a couple of cases. I don't want to mention the party's name, but yeah, we know of abusive and a dictatorship of a president. COPE advocates for the review, reform, including the need for checks and balances and oversight, and the dispersal of the extensive powers afforded to the president, particularly in the relation to the power of the appointment, and for smaller and more efficient, coherent cabinet. So we want to make the cabinet smaller, and I think The current president also advocated, but I don't know if they're going to implement it. Stabilization and the professionalization of the public service. The ruling party insisted on the practices cadre deployment has had a disastrous impact on the stability, capabilities, professionalism of the public service and led to its politicization. So COPE advocates for more transparent, participatory, responsible and deployment system for the appointment of senior government officials, for the establishment of depoliticization, no cadre deployment, and merit-based public service. For the public service which remains intact despite changes in the ruling party. So what we say is, if you're working for government, all must be government employees. So we don't change that as the parties change or the ruling party change. You stay a government employee. So like for instance in other countries there's a senator or something and he stays the senator no matter which party is ruling. For a clear and well-defined interface between political office bearers and the administration. On provincial government, COPE advocates for the study into the possible redemarcation and reduction in the number of provinces. So we want to cut the demarcation for the election purposes and we cut the provinces also. Number 6, local government. Local government is the coal face of service delivery. COPE advocates for our municipalities to be empowered and capacitated and resourced to deliver upon the mandate for greater cooperation between all three spheres of government, ensure greater coherence in the governance of a country as a whole. For a review of the division of powers and the functions between the three spheres of government with a possible devolution of housing and primary health care to the local government. For a review of all the powers and the function and necessity the district municipality. What we would like to add is the MOU, Memorandum of Understanding with coalition partners. We want to establish a help desk where ex-councillors and public representatives like speakers and ex-official members can assist our comrades, with knowledgeable party policy and manifesto, memorandum with understanding, and can help us through it. Traditional leaders, COPE is concerned about the Bantustanization of our traditional leaders and its structures and system at the expense of our democratic order and our rural communities. On anti-corruption, and we're saying anti-corruption furtherance of democracy. COPE advocates for the depoliticization, empowerment, capitalizing and resource of our anti-corruption agencies such as the Order General, the Hawks, the NPA and the Chapter 9 institution. On state-owned enterprises, we say our SOEs are there to create an enabling environment for growth and development, and not to create monopolies, fiefdoms, a drain of physicus, and to crowd out the private sector. COPE advocates on that for a review of the mandate, purpose, and desirable of our SOEs. That our SOEs should be self-sustaining, that the value of and principles governing public administration as set out in Chapter 10 of our Constitution must be applied to the governance of our SOEs. That ESCOM must be unbundled and that there needs to be a greater transparency in the appointment of SOE boards and CEOs, not like the previous president appointed all his friends on these boards and eventually taking all of our government's money to other countries. What we say, we want to add, this is also a part, human skills development and training. In high schools, a monthly civic education program to be introduced into our curriculum. So we wanted there to promote the democracy for our learners, knowledge of our constitution, to train our learners how the constitution works, knowledge of our government systems, rights and duties of our citizens, responsibilities of our government. So we want to add that also as a subject into our schools. And on the criteria, as you know, we have the declaration form. We want to add the following. As you stand for public representative, we want to add, just on the checklist side, the proof of police clearance not older than 12 months. So that we can know if we appoint someone, a councillor or who else in a position, is a credible guy that have a police clearance. Proof of activity in the community or party activities in campaign, so that we can know we appoint a politician here that know how to run politics. And I thank you. There's another one, another slide. Just a minute, just a minute. It's just a minute.
Okay.
Governance, the Commission proposed that the Congress adopts the following resolution. All members of the Congress of the People who is eligible to become public representatives declare their availability to serve. So for all members will be scrutinized by the Electoral College, will compete on equal footing without being advantaged due to the holding of a structural leadership. So what we're saying there, we all are equal. It's not that you are in a higher rank position, you will get automatically qualify. We all will be equal. So that is what we want to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Comrade Vanita, say something. Next. Okay.
So we need to vote.
Yeah, you can say. You can say. All right, comrades, those who are in the committee, are there any additions? Comrade Vanita indicates that everything has been covered. Okay, General Secretary.
Thanks. This is to be pressed. I'm worried that the last recommendation is unconstitutional, and they should have recommended, that should have been part of the Constitutional Committee to amend the Constitution. The Constitution has already been amended, and now they are making an unconstitutional recommendation, which is problematic if it's adopted.
Which one? Is it this one?
Yeah, the last.
Is this the last one that, okay. Comrade Farouk?
Chair, thank you very much. I would like the committee to include two other items on governance. One, that COPE will tighten procurement rules in both the PFMA and the MFMA to ensure 100% compliance with the provisions that exist there, and to prevent circumvention on the grounds of urgency. Number two, that Congress of the People strongly advocates the use of the 4 King reports on corporate governance in all spheres of government to ensure better risk management, guarantee ethical leadership, and achieve integrated reporting of total government activity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we agree that the last recommendation cannot be taken since it is not constitutional? Do we agree, comrades? Thanks. We then are not going to be debating that. There was a hand this side. Yes. I do see you. Okay.
I would recommend that we still have another look at a ward system of election to parliament such as proposed in the Van Zyl-Slabbert Commission's report.
Okay, thank you.
Comrade Chairperson and the leadership and the delegates, I would like to propose a progressive strategy towards finishing these policy discussions that we are having. My proposal, Comrade Chairperson, can't we accept that presentation? And if we want to edit anything right now, we forward comments to the CNC before a certain date, and the CNC gave us a new document with the new recommendations, and then we vote as provinces on that. The reason why I'm proposing that, including the next one, the education, what was the department? The one that was asked to go and review. Yeah. Let's have the approach like the manifesto issue. Let's allow the CNC to take these recommendations that we want to recommend on these policy issues, on these few policies that are outstanding. And then we vote in our provinces and send comments within a specific dates, and then that we get endorsed, including the health policy. Otherwise, we'll be here the whole day.
Comrades, there is a proposal. Comrade Lindon.
Thanks, Chair. Firstly, I propose that we vote on it, on the whole report. Secondly, I want to support the comrade, but not for the provinces to vote. We give it to the CNC because provinces are represented in the CNC. Then the CNC, this is really a matter of polishing. We've done so with the Constitution before and so on. Thank you.
Comrade Bula.
Comrade, it is my personal view that this is how we steal the will of the people. And if we are actually asked to be here to be a conference, we must conference up and come up with views. I know I'm in the CNC, but to sponsor it and say the CNC must decide is to abdicate our own right as a conference. I'm against the comrade. And further, comrade, like we were doing, we must put all the proposals to the vote, and not when selectively coming and say this one must be put back. We must use the same system and put it to vote of the people. I endorse and second Comrade Lindol on that. So I'm saying, Comrade Chair, as people that are here as conference, let us stop saying, no, we can't do this. Let's put it back to the CNC and what have you. Let us decide as this collective on issues that we came here to do. Thank you, Chair.
Now you're confusing me. Are you supporting that which Comrade Luzel has proposed?
I am supporting this part that says, Comrade Chair, we should continue voting. And I'm against the comrade saying we should actually be giving it to CNC. Because this notion is stealing the will of the people, the people's power, giving us to the group we are as leadership. And that tendency, to me, is not democratic.
Okay, I understand the contradiction from you, Comrade Bula. You are contradicting yourself, Nkokelia. Comrades, let's wait a bit, okay? The report is there before you. I'll go to the committee. Are there additions that you believe have got to be made? Yes. Were you in the committee? No, I was not, sorry. No, then you wait. The committee? None. All right? There are further recommendations that have been made that they should be put in. Okay. Let's put it aside, that which you have proposed, okay? We have agreed we are not following that you are proposing. We will finish. Are there any recommendations, any additions from any other person? I think we're agreed. Yeah, come.
Thank you, Comrade Chair.
Yes.
Under human skills development, I would like to add, we should also try and develop people on sexuality and religion. Hence, we believe we are all governed by the Constitution and we are all one, and we are all law-abiding citizens of the country. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any other additions? I've been told to say 1, 2, 3. So I'm continuing. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. Comrade. Comrade Lindo.
Thanks. Sorry about this, Chair. I forgot. I think when we're talking about the public servants, we should also advocate safe working spaces for the public servants.
Okay. That is very clear. Let's support that. I mean, the working class and the poor, they are there. Okay, let's take the other point there.
Comrade Chair, I just want to add to the committee that we be sensitive to saying traditional leadership as it stands in terms of governance is less democratic. If they can really redo it so that COPE should not be seen, especially in our rural areas, to be anti-traditionalism or indigenization of our governance. If they can just work that point out, if I actually construed them correctly.
All right, I have two last hands. Thank you very much. I have two last hands, yourself and Comrade Mkwan. And please don't raise other hands.
Comrade, on the rule of law, I would like to recommend that we review all the laws still linked to European imperialism and colonialization that continue to alienate and impact on the majority of the indigenous population from sharing the prosperity and wealth of the land.
All right. The last one.
The committee has spoken of Bantustanization of the traditional leaders. I don't understand this. We need clarity so that we can really say.
Can you clarify that? Comrade Vanita is checking that quickly. You want to? Okay, here's the explanation.
Yeah, I think, comrades, maybe we can just change. If you look what is happening in traditional space, the present government is basically babysitting Bantustans instead of ensuring that traditional leaders deal with customary issues. What is happening now? Traditional leaders are now also given a say on local government issues, issues of land, issues of governance. If you remember the Constitutional Court outcome after the
traditional leaders took Chapter 12 to the Constitutional Court. The Constitutional Court said in the country, the challenge is not for democracy to fit into traditional leadership. The challenge is for traditional leadership to fit into democracy. So that is why we are saying traditional leaders must do customary law, and their space is not geographic. Their space is based on people who recognize them. In other words, it is possible for the King of Zulus to also have a constituency in the Free State, in Gauteng, in the Western Cape. He cannot be only limited to KwaZulu-Natal. Immediately we have that tribal identity. We are then babysitting the Bantustans of the past. That's basically the spirit that comrades are saying. It's a good thing. We must remind traditional leaders they are there for customary laws. Thank you.
Okay, that was an explanation, and the comrade is happy. Comrades, let me check. Further proposals were made. Can I check if you agree? All of us, do we agree with the proposals made? Is there anyone who's against? Comrade Linda?
Yes, Chair. There was, I think it was a proposal by Comrade Carlton. I have a problem with that. The imperialism, whatnot. I really have a problem with that. I think maybe we can discuss it in another time, but I don't think we can adopt it as it is. Because right now, I mean, the governance, those systems, they come from different places.
Okay.
Thanks.
You are supported. The comrade Tlego has reason to say yes. Comrade Bula? So we put that down, okay?
I was supporting all of them, including Comrade Kassin's one.
Okay.
But I take the idea that perhaps we need to debate. I do not know what we need to debate in what she suggested.
So
I was supporting all.
So, no, okay. So the proposals, except that which was put forward by Comrade Weber, have been accepted. Okay. Which one? Oh, the one that was unconstitutional. Yes. Hence I'm saying they all have been supported, because that one, you all said it's unconstitutional, and you therefore supported the point that it was unconstitutional. Yes. So it is unconstitutional, therefore we are not running with it, where it falls off. Okay. So you see that you supported it. Yes. So we are saying that this report is there, supported with, with all the proposals that have been put. Let's go on and vote then. We are still remaining with 3 terrible, very long points. Okay. Let's vote. Those who agree. Those who say yes, agree. I've been told to count.
Going once, twice, closed.
Hey. Okay, it's done. And those who say no. One, two, three. Okay. It's a great. No. Why waste time? Okay. The last one is health. Where are they? Comrades, thank you very much. We're very fast in that. No, you go first. Comrades, we are told that, comrades, thank you very much. We are told that the ones that were dealing with health are not done. What do we do? The comrade there from the Western Cape had put forward a proposal. What do we say? Yes.
Comrade Chair, we must be realistic here. We've got many provinces traveling very far, and we've still got another order of business to complete today. I'm proposing that those suggestions or those recommendations from that committee, just that committee, be sent out, like the comrade said, to all the provinces via round-robin resolution, which is covered in our constitution, so that we can finalize this as well as soon as possible. I'm saying it must not, my only addition to his proposal is that instead of taking it straight to the CNC, we do it via round-robin resolution, so we resolve it as quick as possible.
There is a proposal. No, I know. There is a proposal, comrade. Do we have a seconder? Do we have a seconder?
Thank you, DP. I think it's a fair proposal, so therefore I do second that. Thank you.
It's seconded. Okay. Do you have a counter? This is the first one. Okay.
Thanks, Chair. Okay, if this one fails, I'll go with the previous one. But actually, I think because health is so important, one. Secondly, because health is a provincial competency, what I would propose is that with respect to the manifesto, we can have some wordings of what we've had up to now. But actually, the provincial congress is one of the key things that they need to look at. It's the issue of health and making proposals regarding health, especially because it's a provincial competency and they will give it more time to discuss when the provinces go to their congresses after the elections.
So in other words, you agree that it must be deferred? Yeah, okay. Comrades are saying it must be deferred. Okay.
No, we are here.
No, relax. Okay. Don't jump. There's a hand there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All I want to say is that we are all here together in the conference. And all of us here are leaders. And when we are going back, we have had full programs in other work that we have had at home. So why can't we finish? I see the Commission of Health there. So let me finish with that commission. Thank you.
Okay. Liv. No, sit down, comrade. You. Aye. Now you must sit down. Yes, go. Please
Thank
continue.
you, Chair.
Yeah.
I was saying I will support the comrade. They are here. Let them present what they have. Because we need that into this coming manifesto of national and provinces, not elections of other municipalities.
No. Both have been seconded.
Comrade, we have two views. Can we vote on that?
Yes.
But
And I'm saying both.
Because the recommendation from the GS in the main was that, former GS, was that the details in that policy can be discussed in the provinces. And then also, I just want to mention one thing, comrades. We are pressed by time. Remember I said the hotel has booked this for other people as well. Now those people are almost waiting. Remember, there are two things that are important that are still waiting that we need to do. Otherwise we will be chased out to go and find ourselves where to finish. So please, can we,
Okay.
Chair, through you, can we just resolve on this?
Comrades, let me check with you. Remember, the CNC, which is the second highest decision-making body, where at all of you will be represented, okay? Is there a problem if they deal with that? Because after having received the information in the provinces, like it has been proposed, with the provinces having made recommendations after having gone into the discussions, and the whole thing sent back to the CNC, discussed, and agreed to, is there a problem? Can we agree, comrades, to do that? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, comrade. I think I understand both. That we are here, we need to deal with everything. But the circumstance in terms of time does not allow us. That is basically, you can't deny that. It's not just, and this time was not wasted by any other person other than us. Yeah. So we must not behave as if we can force issues. The circumstance does not allow us. But as further, democratically to include everyone to have a say, we therefore say there should be those recommendations that we have. We can send them to the CNC or to the table, and as well in the provinces. We discuss this, we send the recommendation to the CNC. It's not for the first time we do these things.
Okay.
It's not for the first time. Therefore, I support that. Thank you.
The comrade who put the proposal was Comrade Lindahl. On a point of order, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
I started by saying that if what I was proposing was not accepted, I will fully support the previous. So I just want to withdraw the counter so that we just have one motion. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The counter has been withdrawn. Therefore, we shall follow that route that we spoke about, okay? The provinces will have the whole thing discussed. Information will be sent to the provinces, not only through round robin or whatever, and then discussions will be gone into, and the CNC will look into this thing and have it finalized. Do we agree, comrades? Yes, we agree. Anyone against that progressive point? All right, let's vote then. Because I see, let's check, let's vote. Okay. Those who agree with this progressive point that we comrades propose, we follow. Press, as you know.
Going once. Twice. Vote closed.
Okay, those who say no. Is there anyone? Nobody. Thank you. Give us the results. Okay, great. So the same will be the case with health. All right? So we're done with that part. Thank you very much. No, do love for Azim. Third year, what can I do?
Thank you, DP. May I quickly call on Comrade Eric? It's only those two items that are left. That's the declarations, the Congress declaration, or is it you? Oh, the Congress declaration by the GS, and then the President will make his closing remarks.
Viva Cope, viva! Viva Cope, viva! Long live Cope, long live! Comrades, I'm going to read the declaration, and I think it will also appear as I'm reading it, and it will be circulated to all provinces, and we'll put it on the website. Let me start. We, the delegates to the Second National Congress of the Congress of the People, COPE, have gathered at the Bonn Hotel in Bloemfontein in the 10th year of our anniversary, representing our members and voters across the length and breadth of our beautiful land. We remain unrelentingly faithful in our adherence to the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. We believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. Our Congress takes place at a time when our country is faced with many challenges. I don't know what is happening because this was supposed to be on the... Okay. There's nothing to press. They press them. Yeah, but they are two behind. They are behind technology. I'm more advanced. Our Congress takes place at a time when our country is faced with many challenges, such as poor economic progress and climate change of social hardships, the weakening of institutions of democracy and their capacity to deliver, racial intolerance and stalling of reconciliation efforts, lack of trust on political parties and political leaders, crime and criminality that threatens to collapse the state, corruption and state capture in the public sector with the collusion of the private sector, slow or non-existent efforts to move towards the fourth industrial revolution, worsening skills shortage, flight of skills or brain drainage, and the incapacity of the present government to help skill millions of South Africans, total fall of all government institutions. We hereby declare as delegates our ever steadfast commitment to the sacred precepts and principles of our Constitution and adopt this declaration as our solemn guarantee to the nation. The Congress of the People is a party of men and women of truth, and 10 years after our formation, we remain constitutional, reliable, accountable, and incorruptible. In the past 3 days, as delegates, we renewed our promise to South Africans to ensure that a democratic South Africa must belong to all its people. We introduced and made history by ensuring that leaders of our party are directly elected by the entire membership. In doing that, we fulfilled a deal, direct election of accountable leadership, undertaken by the founding fathers and mothers of the party. Through the deal, we declare that in a free South Africa, the people shall govern. The will of the people will be restored through genuine one person, one vote system that directly elect members of parliament and legislatures, including the president, premiers, and mayors. As a Congress, we further declare that we are equally committed to the ideals expressed and cherished by the brave and noble hearts that gathered at Kliptown on the 25th and 26th June 1955 to deal with our political travails and to adopt the Freedom Charter that inspired the creation of our national constitution. The Congress is firm in its fight against an act of undermining our constitution, and this is a very sad time in the history of our land, which is occasioned by a deep betrayal, brazen criminality that is perpetrated by those who were once heroes of a proud liberation heritage. We note that power that was given in the name of the people and freedom is being subverted. So is the criminal justice system, state-owned enterprises, and our parliament. Congress of the People declares that we are an inclusive modern political party for all South Africans united in their diversity. We are a party of racial tolerance, reconciliation, and will remain forever vigilant against racially bullying, domination, and violence. We are South African first. We will not tire to promote the creation of a racial harmony. We remain resolute, antagonists of corruption, and will never, under any circumstances, give any quarter to anyone who tramples, who acts corruptly and dishonestly, irrespective of the person's station in life. We declare our firm opposition to the expropriation of any property without compensation and continue to commit ourselves to ensure that Section 25 of the Constitution remains unchanged in keeping the legacy of the founding fathers and mothers of our democracy alive. We reiterate our commitment to deepening democracy, defending human rights, protecting freedom of speech, cherishing our diversity, upholding the rule of law, building unity, attaining economic justice, and accelerating economic development to benefit everyone in the nation. We reiterate our position that all foreigners in our country should be documented, and those in business should abide by the laws of our country. The lack of efforts to curb the alarming rising rate of unemployment. We will change the education evaluation system to get better results. Open the colleges of education to train more educators to lessen the teacher-learner ratio. Relook at the police and prison service workers to stop corruption and to strengthen the defense system. Empowering the judicial system to keep criminals from the streets. Now, as we leave, after the holding of a historic Congress, where for the first time in our nation's history, the election of all officials was done electronically and open to every member of Congress of the People residing anywhere in our country, in line with our policy that the president, premiers, and mayors of our country be directly elected by the citizens. We have also demonstrated to all of South Africa the desirability of undertaking electoral reform to use technology thus giving South Africans the right to exercise their right to vote from where in South Africa thus increasing the number of the voters. In strengthening the democracy of the party, the Congress National Committee, CNC, will be focusing on the development of procedures that ensure that we implement our policy on gender equality and greater youth representation in all the leadership structures of the party and in the legislatures. We go forth strengthened by the decisions we took in the course of the Congress and the deliberations we held at various stages, wherein we were determined to show that we remain incorruptible and that we will be active agents for change and advocates of hope for all in our beautiful land. These are the declarations we make, and these are the declarations we solemnly swear to be faithful to at all times. COPE cares, save South Africa, vote COPE. Yes, yes.
Comrades, hang on. We need to wrap up this one. And I'm just going to call for a vote on the declarations. Can you, use it there so that we can take the percentage. You use your gadget for the last time. The voting is open. Going once, twice, close. Now, whilst we wait for the results, can I request the President to approach the podium to give us his closing remarks? And then, comrades, from here, just quickly, lunch is going to be served at this side. Né? We are not going to go into the room where you had breakfast. It's prepared. When you go in there, lunch is going to be that side. Thank you. Can you read us the results?
Sure. Okay, so for yes, we have 134 votes at 98.5%. For no, we have 2 votes at 1.5%. 0 abstentions.
Thank you.
Guys, please just, when you leave
hang on, no. I'm not going to say when they leave, they must leave them there. I want one of you to collect them. Okay. Because after this, we won't have, we don't want to experience problems that one is missing, 3 is what.
Okay, no problem.
Yes. Sorry, just one announcement, Comrade Dennis. After the President has spoken, and as I've indicated where lunch is going to be served, at 1:15, all CNC members must be seated for the first inaugural meeting of the CNC. Thank you. President, over to you.
Long live the spirit of the Congress of the People.
Long live.
Long live the spirit of the 10th Congress of the People meeting. Long live.
Long live.
Comrades, I left this platform to attend to other business whilst I was addressing you on the question, and I really would like your permission to finish this part. When I was still addressing the issue of the land and the commitments our people made, I would like to say to yourselves, when we got to CODESA, we were conscious of the undertakings our forebears had made in 1955 at Kliptown. I must say this to you for your records and memories. At Kliptown, the same group, racial formations or racial groups as were represented at CODESA were the ones who declared that they wanted a South Africa that belongs to all who live in it. Those organizations were the South African Indian Congress, the South African Colored People's Congress for the colored section, the South African Congress of Democrats, which was for the white sections, those white people who did not agree with apartheid and who refused to enjoy the privileges of apartheid. And then the African National Congress for the African sections. And finally, the South African Congress of Trade Unions. 5 congresses got there. They had come there to answer a question Z.K. Matthews had said must be answered. Namely, we have agreed we don't want apartheid, but unless we agree now on what we want in the place of apartheid, if we don't agree now, we are likely to fight after we defeat apartheid because we will not have agreed what we wanted to replace apartheid with. It was for that singular reason that they got there. And they've already said, they said that we want a South Africa that belongs to all. They said at the time, black and white. All of those who live in it, black and white. When we got to CODESA, we recalled that we were not the originators of this objective. And therefore, we referred to that meeting and then said, now that we are now meeting here, having agreed after all the long road, we now say we believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in their diversity. We didn't now say black and white. We said united in our diversity. It don't matter what color you are, a little bit of yellow, a little bit of white, a little bit of what, but united in our diversity. It's what the phrase we introduced was that one. So I had already referred to you in the founding provisions, the national anthem, why it is what it is composed as it is. The EFF, who know nothing about South Africa, keep saying, when we sing the national anthem in Parliament, they sing the first 2 sections in Zulu or in Nguni and in Sotho. And then when we sing the 3rd paragraph, they sit down. Yeah, they do that. In fact, this time when we go to Parliament, the day they do that, we are going to rise and say to Parliament, expel them. Get them out of Parliament. Expel them. We will do that because, comrades, and I want our members to understand this. We take an oath when we become members of parliament, and that is in the constitution of our country. And the oath which we take, and I must read it for you so you know what we commit ourselves on your behalf, on your mandate. We say that we will be loyal. You'll find it in Schedule 1, the oaths that we take, Schedule 2 rather. And when we take the oath, we say, in this case, I'll just simulate I myself here. I, Mosiuwa Lekota, swear solemnly that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, observe, uphold, and uphold and will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and, I'm sorry, man, I said, I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, observe, uphold. Now I'm reading the wrong one because that is for the president. The president. No, it's important. No, I'll also read that one when the right time comes. The one that I must read to you, for me, as I'm just an ordinary member of parliament.
You may practice, Comrade President. You may practice.
No, I must get the right one. It is. Yeah, I've got it. We say, I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other law of the Republic. Now, the national anthem is part of this Constitution. If you refuse to respect the national anthem, you are violating your oath of office, you are violating the law of this land. So we are going to say to these guys, this man, this lady must be kicked out of parliament. And that we have to do because in terms of Section 48, you cannot be a member of parliament before you take the oath. If you are sitting in there before you take the oath, you are just a visitor. Yes, indeed, you must take the oath of office. And the Constitution says, about this, it says, before members of the National Assembly begin to perform their functions in the Assembly, they must swear or affirm faithfulness to the Republic and obedience to the Constitution in accordance with the theme. We will no longer keep quiet if anybody, don't matter what, if you are EFF or whatever, if you sit down when we were singing the national anthem, you must be taken out. You must be taken out and there must be action taken against you. You have broken your oath of office. You must cease to be a member of parliament. Nobody in this country should be allowed to take the oath of office and break it. Which is why the reason you see the current president and others doing all kinds of things that they are doing, including receiving corrupt money and all of that, when they have taken the oath of office, it's because they don't have regard and respect for the constitution of our nation. So that will no longer happen. We will not allow for that to happen. They will have to lock us up if they have to do so, but we'll be locked up for upholding the constitution. That we will do. But comrades, I was addressing you on the question, therefore, of the land. To say to you that this constitution, having given all of us the right to live in this country and all of that and so on, we realized that we had, just by saying that everybody has got the right to South Africa, it was not sufficient. We had to correct the injustices of the past. Now, what are these injustices? Amongst other things, and I go straight to section 25, there are those of the sections of the population who were driven out of areas that they were living in to the Bantustans and so on. So that had to be corrected. And section 25 goes straight to that point. And then it says that, it starts by saying, because we did say that, look, we can't do it just anyhow. We can't say everybody must grab everybody else's property. Because what that was going to do was going to cause anarchy in the country, and people were going to kill each other, and so on, because the others would defend their property. So we said, now let's agree first and foremost that no one may be deprived of property except in terms of law of general application. And no law may permit arbitrary deprivation of property. A law of general application, comrades, is like this. It's a law that is passed in all countries of the world. If the government of that country wants to build a road for the people of that country, it can go to, it gets civil engineers who can say this road must travel here, pass there, and do that, and so on. And if it's going to pass over your property, the government of that country comes to you and says, we have to build a road for the people of this country. Civil engineers have advised us this road must pass here and it's going to pass over your land and all of that. So it's not being taken from you because you are black or blue or gray or whatever. It's going to be taken for you because it is the only way that the road can be built there. Or if they say they want to build a dam, they say now, your land where it is exactly where, in fact, the ideal place to build the dam. But the people need a dam so that when there's no rain, they have water and people can drink. So we must take this from you, but we'll give you compensation for your land. Yes, of course, yes. So then we said, look, so let us say that nobody can just be taken because you are blue or because you were in jail or because you do what. They take it because there's a rational reason. And then, of course, they evaluate it and they pay you compensation, and so that, or they give you a different land, depending on what you want. And then you go and sit there. Now, that is how it is done. So here we say there must be a law that says if the government needs that land for some purpose of the country, it may do so. It may expropriate. But it must expropriate with compensation. And it says then at subsection 2 that expropriation may be carried out for two purposes: public interest, you see, which are public purpose, I explained, but also for public interest. Now, what is public interest? The nation had already taken a decision. We must correct the injustices of the past. So there are people who were removed from the territories where they lived and so on. So when those people come out of there, because the Bantustan is just a tight, small 13%, the government must have power to allow them to return and then to find land where they can settle. And we gave the government power to expropriate for public interest. It's in the public interest that we give them land so that people don't fight and kill each other. It's public interest that those who were dispossessed of their property, if they can produce evidence, they must be given their land back. You see that? So the government, first of all, still had, and even today, it still has a lot of land in its hands. Because, comrades, that land which was taken from the black sections in 1913, what do you think happened to it? This is what happened to it. It was taken and recorded in the deeds offices. You hear that, comrade? In every province, there were 4 provinces that time. In every one of those 4 provinces, the land that was taken was recorded in the deeds offices. There are people who believe falsely that it was taken and given to the white sections of the population. Absolute nonsense. What do you think happened to the white people that used to live in the Transkei? They were driven out of there. And their land, their farms, also registered in the deeds offices. The people that used to live here in the Free State and so on, they were pushed into Qwaqwa. But their lands were registered and all of that. Some of them had farms. Some people don't realize, even black South Africans used to have farms, and they used to have also farming by the half, together with white South Africans and all of that. But their lands were taken. Every farm you have in this country, comrades, has got a date of birth. Do you know that? Yes. It's got a date of birth. It became a farm in such and such a year. And then it was recorded that it is the property of so-and-so. So if you go to the deeds office, you'll find every farm that is there had a birthday. And it's there, and it will also say how much its value was when it started. So that if you sell it to somebody else, you can't cheat. The banks will record it, it's recorded in that thing. If you invest by building something on it, its value increases. It's all recorded. So that the next person that buys it from you will have to pay the original price you paid when you bought it, plus the money you invested on top of the farm. So it got a lifespan of its own. It grows and grows. It becomes big. It becomes smaller. It becomes fat and whatever and so on. Who is going to buy it today is going to buy it at the value at which it is today. So all of that is there. And that's why we wrote in the Constitution, since 1913, June. You see here in this Constitution, it says that people were dispossessed of their land, section that says, and it says here, a person or community dispossessed of a property after 19th of June, 1913. We give you even the date. But we came from jail. But we knew, you see, we knew that those things are there, and then we could go there. We know that 1913, these things were registered and such, and then we can do that. So you bring the deed title, the title deed, we look, and we can tell you this thing used to belong to the Lekotas. And now Musiwa, he's come from jail. They took his land on this day. Go to the deeds office and check. No, it was sold to Van der Merwe. And Van der Merwe sold it to Van Niekerk. And Van Niekerk sold it to de Klerk. And so on and so on. Until we get where it is today, and then we say how much it is. So we said the government of this time must have the power to go and say, sorry man, Mr. Peterson, this farm was sold to you by mistake by the previous government because they took it from Basiabani Bahalikot, I see. Now, here is their grandchild coming from jail. Now, he says now he's brought this evidence forward. We have been mandated by this constitution which President Mandela signed that we must check how much it is now, give you the value of your property, but we must give it back to the children of this family. Give it back to them. Compensation is not to be paid by you who was dispossessed of your land. It's going to be paid by the government of today. And then the government of today must then give it to the grandchildren of whoever it was taken from. There's your grandfather or grandmother's property. This is what this constitution says. That process, comrades, is called restitution. You restore the property that was taken ngendluzula. You give it back, that is by force. It was taken by force. You give it back to the great-grandchildren. In this way, we have not committed a new violation, because the idea was solve the injustices of the past without creating new violations. Because now people will hate each other. People will be angry with each other. That's in section 25. Now, but there are people who will come from those countrysides. They may not necessarily have had land, but they don't have to stay in those things. They used to stay on the land here, general. Now they come to the government, they say, well, I didn't have any property, but I used to live here, I used to plant, and I used to look after myself. So what is your position now? No, I want to get land so that I can till and work the land. So we ask the question, do you know how to work the land? Because, comrades, let me remind you, those of us who lost land, we didn't only lose land when we were removed and thrown to the Bantustans. We lost land and lost what? And lost the know-how, the knowledge to work the land. If you ask the people of Soweto and say to them, here's the farm for you, come and work it and so on, they're going to tell you, because they don't know what to do with it. These people are talking about, no, the people want the land, that we're going to give them the land. They think you can go and take somebody out of Bloemfontein here, but, and say they must go and stay on the farm alone and eat. You won't eat that grass that is there. So you take the people there. They must know how to make a living out of that. Many of us, born and bred in the townships, we have lost the knowledge of how to work the land. You see that? So now we had to think about that. When I say this document is a living document, we had to think about that. Now these people, well, if you say, no, I want the land, I can work it, or then we say, give us evidence. If you don't have a certificate that shows that you were trained, we have to say, but how can you work this thing if you have not been trained? Because we don't want to give you land and the next thing you leave it there or sell it for 50 rands and go and buy fed cakes. And meantime, a whole big farm is gone for nothing. No, we are not doing that. So if you don't have a certificate, we are satisfied, we give you the land, it's here. We give you the land, we give you the support, and you can work your land. And we even give you some of the people to support you. If you look carefully, you'll see that now and then, the ANC and them give some land to some of their friends and family and give them tractors and so on, which after 3-4 months or something are gone because they gave them to people who have no knowledge how to work the land. But let us say now, you want to have the land, you really want to work the land, but you don't have know-how. What's going to happen? We go to section 29. Now, these sections I'm quoting, our comrades must look at them, because these sections are the ones that will tell you what we can and we cannot do. Section 29, it talks about education. It says everyone has the right, to a basic education, including adult basic education. If you have a right to education and you want to work the land but you have no know-how, we send you to Glen. Here outside Bloemfontein is a college for training people that want to go into farming. But you already have been working on the farms around this area and so on. You probably only need some training how to manage finances of a farm. We then take you there, we train you, or we put into the university here for crash course training how to manage the finances of a farm, and we give you the piece of land, and we give you the seeds and assistance to start off to farm. Is that clear, comrades? So look at Section 29. It's not there by mistake. It's not by chance. It is there to deal with that problem where it arises, where people come and they want land to do that, and then you can give them that. But then there are many people who come to the township, who come to the towns. They want land, not to farm. They want land so that they can have a home to build and they can live on it. Okay. To live on. What are you going to do with them? You go to Section 26. Please make notes of that. Go to Section 26, and I'm going to read it to you. Section 26 then says, everyone has the right, not a favor, has a right to have access to adequate housing. Not just housing, adequate housing. Subsection 2 says, and the state must, it's not asking for favor, the state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of this right. You want housing? You don't need to go fighting anybody or blockading the streets and so on. You go to the municipality in Cape Town, in PE, in Kroonstad, Bloemfontein, anywhere, Mr. Municipality. I have just found a job here in this town. I'm working here. I want adequate housing. Give me space so that I can build me a house. No, there's no land or that. Look, sir, Section 26 says that you must. I want my land. You must. It's in the Constitution. You cannot, man. Where did we sell you out at Codesa? So now we are government. The state must take from its own resources, buy land. Because you see, we said, if they're finished using the land that they had in their hands, because there's a lot of land in the hands of government. Here in Free State, I was the first premier here. You can't believe the amount of land that is available sitting around doing nothing. Why has the ANC not taken this land, zoned it for residences and housing, pull in water, sewage and electricity, and then say to the people, those of you who are working, come, here are title deeds available so that you can build yourself a house. The reason our people are building all these shacks everywhere you see them is because the government has not made available land to them to say to them, okay, here we have cut this thing, here is water, here's sewage in and whatnot. Just pay for the basic of the electricity, the roads that we have put in, and the sewage things and so on, and then build your house. Build your house. And here's the title deed. They are busy stealing money and taking it to Estina and then taking it to Sun City. No, I'm telling you, man, it's not upset me. After we spent 13 years of life in the prisons, the money of the people is there, gone. with criminals. You see? And then they now say, no, they want to destroy Section 25 because they don't want our people to know what Section 25 is saying. They don't want to know what Section 25 is saying to the people. You see? There's nothing wrong with this book. Mandela spent 27 years of his life on this, for this. Oliver Tambo, almost 40 years in exile. And how many others went to the gallows? Black and white. Bram Fisher died for this thing. You see, Timol died for this thing. The young people that were shot in Soweto in 76, this thing was this little book here. And today, our people are voting for criminals who are saying it must be destroyed. So that what we achieved when we came out of Robben Island must no longer be there. We are not going to allow for this book to disappear, never. Because this is a covenant made for our people. And in Section 20, that's why it says, therefore, in Section 20, there is no issue, there's not a single issue this doesn't respond to. And comrades, you must not take a hostile attitude towards the traditional leaders and so on. We thought about it. Mandela came from a traditional home. He was a chief himself. So what did we say? We looked around. Listen to me. The Queen of England is a traditional chief or king. The King of England. Belgium has got a king. What is the King of England doing? Or the Queen of England? What is the King of Belgium doing? What is the King of Holland doing? What is the King of Japan doing? So what is it that they are doing that our own traditional leaders cannot do? What is it? Because their own place in society is to sustain the cultural traditions, the practices, and all of that. That's all they do. And you don't have what did happen is that now you see Buckingham Palace is the property of the King of England or Queen of England. They have title deed to it, they can sell it, they can take collateral against it. That Wimbledon where they play tennis is where? Is their property, they stay there. Maybe I should begin to say that. I've said this, I can say more about this, but I've given the basic foundation of what this thing is about. These traditional leaders who are made trustees, we need to come to government and give them title deeds to that land. We need to come to government and say to them, all these people who have built houses on this land and next to you and all of that, please give them sectional title deeds so that they can own that land they're living on and not have permission to occupy. Because that is renting. That is renting. Give them title, is their property. They can build a house on it, they can go and build another house in Johannesburg or wherever else, and they have a house here in the countryside, and they have a house in the city. There's no magic about it. And we can do that. The Congress of the People can do, we will do that tomorrow. If the people vote for us, we will do that tomorrow. Comrades, no, look, it's something that is touchy, but I thank you for giving me a chance to talk to some of these issues. And we can debate it some more. Look at the policy of our organization, and we must be able to explain to our people. We must be patient. Don't get angry with them. If they tell you some other thing, and don't argue with Malema. He knows nothing. explain to the people, if you vote for us and we become government, you give us power to control public funds. We will buy land, we will zone it for residential purposes, and we will do all of these things, and we will invite you, give you title, and so on. Year after year, we will use the budget for that. And we will not steal your money. We will live on our salaries. We have already taken a decision here that we must cut down on the size of the bureaucrats that are working for government so that there's more money available to deal with the needs of the people. Thank you very much. And comrades, the second National Congress has come to the end. Very, very successful. I'm thrilled about it. There are some weaknesses here and there. Here and there have been some weaknesses. The Congress National Committee that you elected has now a duty to deal with these shortcomings here and there. We owe it to you in the coming period to give you reports about these weaknesses. Some of them include the fact that democracy has delivered this leadership, but there is a glaring weaknesses. Among other things, most of the people that have been elected is just men. In terms of our constitution, we have to be very sensitive, non-sexists. So we must do something about it. We will consult you. CNC, in its first meeting, to consult you to say, look, this mistake, we think that we recommend this, maybe we should do that, and so on. We'll talk to you about that. We will look at other mistakes which you have not seen, and I don't want to upset you by giving you more problems of the mistakes. There are those other mistakes you've referred to us, that you yourself were seeing the document and that and so on. But we will leave nothing. But we will discuss it with you through your provincial leaderships and so on. And every one of us here will go and visit your provinces to deal with the specific problems that confront their area of work. But we will also expect you, working with your leadership in your provinces, to organize among the people. Invite us to come and assist you in the work of persuading the people to vote for our party, the Congress of the People. But I must also take this opportunity, comrades, therefore, to express deep appreciation for those of the comrades who served with us in the outgone Congress National Committee. There have been hard times to take our organization through to bring it to this point where we are at. We've spent sleepless nights. Sometimes we found ourselves isolated on the countrysides of provinces. Sometimes some of our comrades or people that we believed in abandoned us along the way. But we always remembered that we made a commitment to you and to our people to sustain the Congress of the People. And that's why we are here today. And now, we are even more than what we thought we were going to be when we get here. We are many. We are a huge army. We are a huge army. As the Russian revolutionary once said, you know, although our numbers are reduced, this is fine. Better few, but better. You are better. The test of surviving the love for the Congress of the People makes you extremely better. So I can walk off the stage and walk out of this room proud, knowing that I will look any leader of any number of million and say to him, watch out. Watch out. We are the majority of tomorrow. I thank you. Long live the Congress of the People. Long live.
Thank you, comrades. May I request you just to sit down for a second? Second, it won't be more than a second. Comrade Bula knows that what I mean about a second. Comrade, I think we have come to the end of our program. And I want to thank everybody, first and foremost, who participated and made sure that they remain inside this hall to see us through the program, including the contributions that everybody has made. There's also a saying that says, they also serve those who stand and wait. So if your voice was not heard, don't think that you didn't contribute. You did contribute one way or the other. I want to thank the people that casted their votes to bring in a leadership, and I'm sure that at the same time, the President has already appreciated the contributions and the dedications that the people that came before this new leadership had done to this party. And I also want to say thank you very much. The people who spend sleepless nights organizing, making sure that everything runs smooth, those who shared ideas behind the scenes, the technicians, our staff in particular, I'm sure that they feel more relieved because, you know, at times tempers flare when things don't work. And they always bear the brunt. I can tell you I'm sure they are the most happiest people because it's over. Tomorrow, we start afresh. We go back to our provinces and we will tell those who have not had the opportunity. First, we will ask them and say, did you go to our link on the YouTube? Did you see us throughout the conference? Because that was made to make sure that we don't lose them. And then finally, I'm sure, I don't know whether somebody can thank the hotel, but I can thank the people in the hotel. They were quite brilliant. I've not had a single complaint of a cup of coffee that has broken. And I also want to apologize for all the glasses that we broke. It wasn't intentional, but you've still got a few left. So thank you very much, and I want to wish everybody safe travels back home. Lunch is it's ready on the other side. Please make sure and tell the drivers out there that we also want to thank them, and we plead with them that In as much as we have finished our Congress later than we had anticipated, we still wish that they take you safe back. So, comrades, I want you to give yourselves a round of applause because this has been a success, and that success was only because of you. Thank you very much. This conference is declared closed.